All right, good morning, everyone. Today is Friday, January 26th, and we are on our 100th episode of this journey. That's kind of crazy. Um, I would feel a little bit more accomplished about this if I was actually able to be here, but since my YouTube channel is more for, hey, good morning, Void. Good morning, good morning. Since my YouTube channel is more so for recording price action because I can't trade during the day. It's a little bit less of a accomplishment, but still being here, being able to have made 100 of these, super cool. And hey, Delphine, good morning. And just want to express my gratitude. I don't know. I have these. I had like a allergic reaction where I've got these canker sores here, so it's made sleeping a little bit more difficult lately. So, but that's okay. We'll still take a look at the charts nevertheless and go through our Okay. I'm gonna stop. Okay, I'm connected again. Hey, good morning, Phoenix. Number 2 on the like. I appreciate the likes. Thank you very much. Um, so uh so again, 8:30 a.m. CorePCE, 10 a.m. pending home sales. I'm hoping BreezeLine doesn't disconnect me again. But let's take a look at the charts and see what happened overnight. So first off, let me recap the day at the end of the day. Yesterday was a really nice short day. We can see what level we traded back down to, right? What level is that? Low of 17,465.75. What is this? 17,465.75. So you can see how it traded down into that new week opening gap on NASDAQ, right? So we are going to leverage that information and use it moving forward. Okay, so let's move our Asia range. It's a pretty big one this time, huh? We are still going to be, like me, myself, I'm still going to be using the London kill zone in futures for the London kill zones in Forex typically, but I find that the ranges there make a little bit more sense to me. So I'm going to be using them. You can use the whole Asia range yourself too. That works just as well, if not even better. But I prefer using the London range for Asia kill zone. And I'm just fixing these charts real quick there. Okay, good. So we've got our London range there. That's a personal preference thing, not ooh, there's an edge there thing. It's just personal preference. Open at midnight, 17,490.75. 90.75. So let's make sure that cyan line, we see that midnight open, we drop below it. We have a fair value gap here on the 1 minute. And are currently, we didn't get a trade until after London kill zone there. As you can see, we dropped down below, hit the new week opening gap, and then once we hit the new week opening gap, we were able to find a trade there, right? So let me make sure this is showing, but you can kind of see how once we hit that new week opening gap down here, we traded back down. Here we saw a displacement above short-term high, looked for an entry, buy sign imbalance, traded up from that buy sign imbalance from 78 to 43, and are now currently at the top of the Asia range once more. Thanks, ICT. What's up, my G? Hello, hello. What's up? Not a lot. Just having a good time trading on a Friday. Remember, So this particular week has been an interesting week, right? Let's take a look at a couple of things on the higher time frames just to solidify what we're looking at here. And we're going to look at this across a few different things today. So looks like my Rhythmic crapped out again. Thank you, Rhythmic. Let's try this again and get signed in again. Rhythmic's been dropping me lately a lot, and it's been slow to connect as well. Is anybody else experiencing those if you're trading on Apex Trader Funding? Mockrane Mehdi. Hello, hello. I was thinking about maybe buying a couple more Apex evaluation accounts and passing those today. But it is Friday, difficult day to discern what's going to happen. We need to see what CorePCE will do at 8:30 a.m. and what it will do also at 10 o'clock in the morning. But let's take a look first at let me blow this up a little bit so we can see a little bit more. So on the left side, you see a daily chart of NASDAQ, right? So you see this here. We know this has been our price action. We know that. So we know that we've breached that high. Let me get rid of this swing grade here real quick. I think this is it, right? There we go. That's what I want to get rid of. So we know that we breached that high up here, right? We know that we've come back to new week opening gap. Let's take a look at the same thing on E-mini S&P, right? We have not breached that gap yet. So on this side, we've not breached that that high here. So generally, in this case, if we are still following a six sister concept, then E-mini S&P has some ways to go. And while this can drop faster than E-mini S&P does, if we are looking for long trades, E-mini S&P may be the six sister that needs to catch up faster. So that's what I'm looking to see. Does E-mini S&P try to catch up faster? Now, what does it look like on the Dow? So this is the daily chart on the Dow, right? So remember, we reached an all-time high here. Let me try and squeeze that up a little bit so we can see a little bit more of it. So we see we reached an all-time high here, right? And we know that we've breached it. So what does it look like, though, on the daily chart? On the daily chart, we came back down once, twice, three times into this buy-side imbalance and are currently heading upwards as we head into Friday, right? So you have the Dow heading up, heading down, and heading up, right? You have from December 20th to January 18th, lower low. December 20th to January 18th. Let's take a look at that on E-mini S&P as well. December 20th to January 18th, lower low. Okay, cool. And for NASDAQ, December 20th, January 8th, still that same structure there so far. But we see from January 5th to January 17th on ES, we see a higher low. January 5th-ish, January 18th, higher low. Okay, fine, no big deal. Same on the Dow, right? January 5th, January 18th. No, not the same on the Dow. Hey, good morning, Kolara. So we saw this kind of discrepancy here on NASDAQ and E-mini S&P when we saw a lower low on the Dow. So that was a SMT divergence earlier, a couple weeks ago. I think it was in the previous week. So what happens though, now that we're at a key level on the NASDAQ, on the Dow, but not yet on the E-mini S&P. So what we're looking for now is I'm still looking for continuation. Yes, we did hit a intermediate term high. Yes, we did create a short-term high on NASDAQ, a short-term high on Dow, and a short-term high on ES right there. But without seeing true displacement lower, without seeing a huge, a huge displacement lower, I'm not immediately thinking that, hey, we're going to be reversing now, even though the probabilities of it happening become much higher now that we've taken out these long-term highs, right? Macrain, do you use the market profile? What do you mean by market profile? You mean the what's your definition of a market profile, Macrain? I guess that's a better question. Clarity, good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. Raptil, give that man a thumbs up. Showing up every day. Oh, thank you. No, I should give you a thumbs up for showing up here every day. I forgot to take care of something real quick. I need to do this. Okay, cool. Save my preferences. Okay, we're good to go. Okay, cool. So let me take a look here. So what I'm looking for now, okay, so here's what I'm looking for now. We know that we were able to, and I'm going to get rid of some of this stuff here just so that we can see a little bit clearer, but this I think I'm still looking for on a daily chart. I am looking to see if NASDAQ chooses to break below this short-term low into this buy-side imbalance next. On E-mini S&P, same thing. We haven't received any movement here, but there are two volume imbalances down here. Down here, right? So these are suspect. While we could trade down to them, I think E-mini S&P, NASDAQ, and Dow, they all have these fair value gaps in here. NASDAQ and Dow traded down into them and have traded higher since then. E-mini S&P has not. As you can kind of see here, they still have this major gap there, right? I can get rid of all these now. Actually, I can hit delete, right? Nice. Get rid of all this crap here that I don't need. Ooh, no. I can't delete the data series. Okay. So yeah, I think as we look at a few different charts there, we also want to take a look at what is our favorite doing over here. On the dollar side, monthly chart, we're still kind of doing this little consolidation thing here and heading up to a monthly inversion fair value gap that I see up here, and potentially these relative equal highs, which you'll see on the weekly chart. So a couple weeks ago, when we took out this weekly SIBI, I was thinking that we would need to see us trade up to this bearish order block. Potentially, if we see that move, we would see that aim for this relative equal high up here, governed by also this inversion fair value gap on the monthly. So I like that coupling there. I think that will trade, dollar will trade up into there. Generally, that means that we have indices that are going to be heading lower. We've seen this previous week headed higher, but notice on our indices on the weekly charts, you have to note that also indices headed higher too, right? Indices on the weekly chart, indices also headed higher on the weekly. So it's a weird, so that means there's a decoupling from dollar index and from indices, right? We take a look at the weekly on the Dow, and this last week we traded upwards, right? So on the weekly perspective, I still don't see, yes, we took out this intermediate term high. Yes, we could trade back down into that high and then treat that as a jumping off point. Same for NASDAQ as well, except I would have expected us to maybe use that one. This is a rejection block up here. I can actually remove that. I don't think we will refer to that as much versus the weekly SIBI that we got out of right there. So I'm going to remove this monthly rejection block that we have here because we didn't reject from it. But I'm going to keep this weekly sell side imbalance here, right? And I'm going to remove the monthly bearish order block because we traded way through it. As you can see here, we traded way through that bearish order block, and I have other things now to refer to. So I can remove this one from my chart, and I don't need it anymore. It's not impacting me. It won't do anything for me. Okay, so these daily levels we can still leave. That's fine. They're still referenceable on the way back down. And these we can leave there. That's fine too. Old in the week opening gaps. That's fine. Let's take a look then at our hourly chart and identify what we got going on for the day. So let's draw this out over time. Let's bring this to 5 o'clock p.m. This is a previous 2 days ago's short-term high. We now have this high to also consider. And this is yesterday's high of 17,752. So let's mark that on our charts. Buy side liquidity. And I can mark these as well here for your viewing pleasure. I guess it's an hourly short-term high. Buy side liquidity. Do I think we'll get up there? I don't know. It's a tough. It would take a lot to get up there, right? Looks like we are breaking out of this little range here, though. On the let me move this E-mini S&P away briefly. And let me shift this over here. Okay, good. All right. And let me go to my other screens as well. Make sure I'm looking at the right stuff. There we go. Okay, so we just took out some buy-side liquidity there on the lower time frames. Mark out what that looks like here. So we're keeping an eye on that there. We just broke through that, so we want to see, does it use that as a jumping off point? Does it continue higher into this area of liquidity? We noticed that there's this liquidity void. So this is something we can use as a draw. So here, there is a void of price action, meaning nothing traded. So generally, you're going to see stuff trade back up to that. Let me set up my trade copier so I can use sim properly here. And we will use the PA accounts. We'll trade to sim on micro and NASDAQ. And then let me duplicate this, PA this, duplicate this again, use this PA account, duplicate this again, use this PA account, and let's duplicate once more and do the 5th PA account. Okay, so any performance accounts, trades on performance accounts will automatically also show up on the sim accounts there. let's start with 50 here. Okay, so is the hourly midnight candle a breaker? Let's take a look. NASDAQ. Midnight candle is the green up close candle on, this is the hourly. So on TradingView, it shows the midnight candle being this green candle. On my Ninja, it shows this being the 1 o'clock candle. Low, high, lower, low, higher, high. We traded down to, absolutely, that's a breaker. Absolutely. So this is what Delphine is pointing out. Oops, that's a little bit far. So we note how price traded below, low, high, lower, low, key level, higher, high, and we traded back down to it a couple times already. So we take a look at the 15 minute, it's a little bit easier to see there. So on the 15 minute, we have a couple of different things to choose from here, but we have a low, high, lower, low. This is the largest body candle here. We had displacement higher. We traded back down to that candle and moved higher. And then within that hourly, there was a 15-minute breaker, right? So here, not as easy to see if there's a breaker on the 5-minute, but yeah, more difficult to tell, but we can kind of see this on, that was a really good visual there. Thanks for bringing that up, Delphine. Yeah, I didn't see it in time as well. So, but that's okay. I mean, there's going to be other plays today. So we'll see if that holds, you know. We are in, so let me remove some of these here. And let me remove this here. Actually, I can reuse this one now. Well, we have the new week opening gap already, so we can get rid of this too. But typically, price will trade back up into liquidity voids. So this is where the day started. So this is your new day opening gap here. I would look for evidence of us continuing to move higher here and trading up to that new day opening gap. Now let's take another look as well at our real-time hour chart. So on NASDAQ, notice how our real-time hour chart, we traded up during the previous day. Let's see if I can put this here so you can see the previous day. So at 9:30 a.m. in the open, we traded up first, and we ended up seeing a break of structure here, right? So this in itself, we saw low, high, low, higher, high, lower, low. We traded into this gap a little bit, but then we retraced back up into this area here. So we have this gap yesterday, and we traded up into this bearish order block before we moved down to fill out 2 days ago's gap. So we filled in our gap, took out high, made a high, low, higher high, and then we dropped further. So keeping an eye out for these kinds of combinations of real-time hour gaps is really helpful. Now, what does this mean for today, though? So today, we have, we'll have, if we open where we are at, we'll have opened up pretty far lower than we are where we closed the day. So we'll have a fair value gap, or rather a liquidity void on the real-time hour chart above us if we stay where we're at. Now, price hasn't finished. Obviously, we need to look to see where price goes until 9:30 in the morning, but we'll see. We'll watch that and keep that in mind as we get closer to 9:30 a.m. And I do need to start my laptop, huh? Bullish 3 drive pattern on 15-minute chart. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and particularly a 3 drives pattern into a new week opening gap. So it was 3 drives into that new week opening gap, which was also a good trade there. Of course, we weren't, or at least I wasn't awake during London, so so we're gonna kind of just look for this, look for us to potentially see if we will continue higher here, or if we kind of just consolidate until 8:30 a.m. Speaking of which, let's see. So notice, let me see if I make these a little bit darker. Maybe like a dark gray, slate gray, perhaps. There we go. That's a little bit better. So this was 8:30 in the morning and 10:10 in the morning yesterday. So we see that we had that movement there. So we're going to do the same thing. Keep this at 8:30, but make this on the 26th. Oops. We have data today, and we will move this one to 10 a.m. on the 26th. So we're reusing those. We know that we've got some movement here. We know we got some potential movement there as well. So we'll keep those times of day in mind for now. A dollar is in a little consolidation zone on a daily chart, so it's really just waiting. We'll see how and where CorePCE takes us on the chart with gaps. Oh, I see what you mean. On the real 10-hour chart. Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely a really good time to take a look at the afternoon at 2 o'clock, right? So what happened yesterday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Well, I guess you see it on a 15-minute, a little bit easier there. So here you see at 2 o'clock we had a nice little run up before tanking in the late night session. So we'll see what happens here. Now note, just really depends on where we open up, right? Because if we open up down here, then we're pretty much going to be going for, we'll have this gap to break up first, but we'll have a low, high, and then some sort of lower low here, potentially. We have to wait and see. Friday, technically our weekly expansion is still to the upside. It's still green candle, but it doesn't have to stay that way. I think that the first draw on liquidity today is going to be the new day opening gap or liquidity void. It's a first draw. We see this is a bearish order block here. Also, price traded to this bearish order block. Once we hit the high, we created a bearish order block. Price traded to that on the hourly chart, and it traded further down, breaking this short-term low. Created up. It looks like it almost exactly traded into this bearish order block as well. So the low 17,649.75, The high here was 17,651, and we traded lower. So we're now at a point where we're trading to this bearish order block as well. So I'm looking to see if we get displacement lower. I'm not trusting, you know, while this was a bullish order block, I'm looking to see, does it choose to drastically, you know, once it reaches this liquidity void up here, what does it choose to do? That's what I'm looking for. Delphine says we need to watch out for a new weak opening gap. That will be the judge today. Yes, it is really close, and we'll see if it holds. We'll see if the new week opening gap for the for this chart holds or not for the day. And let me also mark something on E-mini S&P as well. I haven't used the new week opening gap on that in a long time, so I need to go back and find that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Somewhere around there. Need to mark the one on E-mini S&P too, so I'm doing that right now. Just so I can refer back to it. Okay, let's refer back to this one. This all the way to the 26th. Do the same thing for this one. Take it to the 26th. So, does price drop below it, right? Because if we take a look at E-mini S&P, we see that our new week opening gap, we haven't come anywhere near it yet, right? Let me see if I can also look for the one on Dow. Let's see, let's do extended line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's draw a ray. And let's make this new day, new week opening gap. Let's extend it to the 26th. Okay. And let's go find, on the Dow, let's go find their new week opening gap too and mark that. Okay, where was it? Up here. Low there, and the opening here. Roughly there. Okay. So the Dow actually is an interesting one because the Dow looks quite different than any of the others, right? So this was the new week opening gap on the Dow. We traded back down through it and kind of like seesawed through that this whole time. But it has also traded to the low of that new week opening gap and headed higher. So we have liquidity resting here, relative equal highs on the hourly, short-term high. And I think those will probably get attacked at some point. So yeah, that's the Dow's new week opening gap. Go back to watching the E-mini S&Ps. Let's see how this trades. E-mini S&P has a relative equal high to reach for from yesterday on the 15 level, 49.26, 49.25, 26 area. So I would kind of treat this. Let me see if there's anything on the hourly here. Yeah, kind of like this level here. treat that as a buy side liquidity up here, waiting. We are in this sell side imbalance as well, so I'm keeping that in mind too, to see if it respects these premium bearish arrays. Let me keep this up here for now so it doesn't mess with people. Don't think it's an actual level. Okay, so consolidation. Again, CorePCE today. We have CorePCE at 8:30 in the morning, and I'll be able to trade through that. I will be at work, though, for the remainder of the day. Hey, good morning, Kirk. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. All right, so if we are going to get a macro, we're right about that time where we're going to potentially see something occur. 6:45 to 7:15 or 6:50 to 7:10 roughly. I'm keeping my eye out for that right now. Looking to see if anything occurs leading up to the movements there. Let me find something here. All right, so we're seeing a little bit of movement higher. We did not make a lower low here. Looking to see if there's any. So I don't. We did see a travel deck down into a buy side imbalance there. I do see this holding up here. See on the 5-minute chart, I do see that holding up as well. So far, at least. So far, these have held up. Bullish order blocks have not been traded back down to, except for a run here. On the 15-minute, we had reached Asia's high. Buyers bought below midnight opening price. There is a fair value gap down here on the 15-minute that I'm looking at. Eyeballing. And we'll see if we refer to this at all today, but we'll see. We've already referred to the high of this breaker and are currently candle closing above it. 6 minutes left on the hourly candle. Hourly candle has traded above into this sell side imbalance. I am thinking that positioning to the upside is more likely given the Nui Day opening gap hasn't been traded to. Okay, we see us continue to move higher here. So let me take a speculative long here. I'm one contract. I want to see how the market's moving. I want to see if it's willing to spool higher or if it's going to completely retrace and then look for a retracement. Same concept as yesterday. I'm not moving with and I'm going to keep this stop relatively tight here. I just want to see how market's moving here because I can't get a good glimpse of it yet. Noel Couliandre. Hey, good morning, good morning. Good to have you here. Okay, so is it unwilling to, is it willing to head higher, or is it going to be willing to go down and take sell stops here? That's what I'm most curious about. So that's why I have one contract in, just to test the waters, see if it's willing to. It's not really immediately responding to this though, so we'll see. Oh, looks like it did. So we'll see what happens when it takes out that buy side liquidity up here. Does it continue? Does it not? What will it do? Let's see. We can't really see it there. Get it back down to a buy side imbalance there. Add one more. And if it stops it out, then that's totally fine. We expected something of the sorts. So far, we see us continue higher up into that, towards that area of liquidity there. Again, I'm using this liquidity void up here. So, new day opening gap. If I go back here, this is a liquidity void, a true liquidity void, where price opened. There is no price action whatsoever. And right now, I'm trading with the idea that that is a longer term draw on liquidity for this morning. Longer term meaning this morning, right? I will add one more down here if we get down to it. Actually, I don't want to do that yet. Technically, my stop should be down here. Okay. That's where my safe stop ought to be. I'm looking to see if we break up above this barrier here. See a breakaway gap beyond this range, which has traded up, down, up again. I'm looking to see if we can get that there. And if we can't, then that's fine. That's understandable. And we expected that. So look at that movement there, right? So this is where we look for a breakaway gap. Show you something on the lower time frame. This is where I look for a breakaway gap. I can move my stop loss now to below that gap area because I don't want to see this area. I don't want to see this filled in again if I can help it, right? So I want to see this remain open as a breakaway gap. It doesn't have to, it's on a lower time frame, but it looks like it got referred to a bit. But now our stop is in profit. We don't cover commission costs just yet, but this is what we are watching. Oh, it looks like I just got stopped out there. That's okay. If we get stopped out, then that's for a reason. Looks like it came down. So let's see if we see any 6 cents. Oh, $3.06. I'm surprised there was actually $3.06 of profit there. Okay, so here, I think I should be okay to re-enter. And use the same draw on liquidity here. It could go against me though, so don't take my advice, right? But I'm seeing now I can keep my stop below that kind of like, actually I can move it up higher to this area now too. But I can keep my stop below below this fair value gap. That's now a balanced price range on the lower time frame. You can kind of see I'll take this off because it's a lower time frame chart here. But I'm seeing bullish order blocks be fulfilled, be supported here. So I would expect it to trade back down to here next. So trade back down into this 17,554 potentially. And we'll see if this so we're in that 650 to 710 macro right now, and you know what my draw is, right? I showed you what my draw was, told you exactly what I was aiming for. So now that we've seen a couple more peaks higher, and let me check to make sure we traded to our bearish order block, or bullish order block rather. That's fine. One thing to consider is, let's see, what is this, 53? One thing I could do here is, since I took a trade, let's see, 53, let's maybe keep it at a 30 handle profit, and then let's take one contract off when it breaches this liquidity void, right? So now we should be safe to move our stop into profit at this time. There is a fair value gap there. I do see that. So I'm not going to move it just yet. I'm going to wait for this fair value gap to be safe, deemed safe, before we head any higher, right? So here's this buy side imbalance here. Buy side imbalance. I'll see if I can annotate this. I'm not as good. Here, what's the shortcut here? F12? Okay. Might be able to do this. So right now my stop's still below the midpoint of this wick. So I don't expect it to go below the midpoint of this. In fact, I could use the mean threshold now of this entire wick here. So I can now move my stop to the mean threshold of this bullish order block there, right? On the 1 minute chart, we see continued movement here. I think that this, so this fair value gap on the 1 minute chart, I would like to see this treated as a breakaway gap. It can return back to it though. So I can keep my stop now. I think I can move my stop to just below that fair value gap there. So this one here, I could move it to below there. But if we return back down to that buy side imbalance there, I might take another contract and pyramid upwards. See if there's any, just to show you what I mean there. It's a volume imbalance combined with a buy side imbalance here, combined with a bullish order block here. Okay. My stop is below the bullish order block, midpoint, mean threshold of that. So if we break through that, then so be it. Oh no, don't tell me you don't stop one tick before. Don't stop. Don't go. No, don't move away from me. Go down to that. Look at that. One tick. It stopped at a low of 17,556.25 or .50. How rude is that? That's so rude. All right, we'll take this off for now. All right, so this is your move, or this is our move right now. So now that we've traded to there and we weren't able to come down into that, I can treat this as, this is my stop loss now. I can treat this here potentially. Now I'm going to be safer and I'm going to keep my stop loss below that fair value gap here, below this fair value gap, because it can still come down and come down and drop down in here. In fact, I will keep mine below the 50% mark there, because I don't want it to just spike down and get stopped out real quick, although it could. But I think that this is okay. I think that this stop loss management is fine. You can keep that up there. It's just, it's potentially something that could get knocked out. So good morning, Boyd, that she left you, or he, I don't know. I don't assume genders. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that kind of talk today in this day and age. You might make some people feel bad, right? Price has no gender. It fucks everybody equally. Excuse my language. Okay, so again, what's our draw? Our draw is this liquidity void where price had no movement, right? Zero movement. So when you get there, you want to see whether we trade up through it, candle close. If we see a trade up through it, candle close, we'll want to look for one more trade down through it, candle close, and then see, does it displace? If so, you can then consider this to be a potential balanced price range at that time. Now, notice we do have a sell side imbalance above it, right? Price is a sell side imbalance. What is it inefficient in? Buy side inefficiency here. We have this bearish order block as well. So beware going too far long beyond this point in time. Move this. Let's keep that there. That's fine. All right, so we want to see this order block. We want to see price continue higher and respect this order block here. What's this opening here at 17,561.75? So you want to see price respect that order block if at all possible. There is a fair value gap down here. So that's why I would like to see this. You can trade down into here like we did. Small little fair value gap down here, right? We traded to it. So apparently I'd like to see that stay open. Let me get my other computer started as well. Okay, so we came down, picked up some more orders there, as you can see, right? Looks like it's collecting a few orders here for the short term before we blast up. What we traded down to was a bullish order block as well on the lower time frames. So we will see if this holds or not. No, it won't. This won't hold here. With that type of reaction, candle close. Remember, candle close here, right? We still stayed within this bullish order block. And now we are at 713. So you want to see this propulsion block. This is a good example of a propulsion block here, actually. So you want to see how price holds above there. There are some volume imbalances on the lower time frame that I'm watching, but for the most part, why is this not working? Oh, I see why. I need to myself set one sell order there. I'm going to get rid of this one here. I forgot I was trade copying for a second. Okay, so we have two volume imbalances down below here. We should see price quickly. And what I'll do is I'll probably, I don't want to, I'm going to move this to the high end of that liquidity void there. Hey, good morning, Ifta Trader. So here I can be okay with moving a stop here now. Let me see if this moves the stop. There we go. So now that we've seen price move drastically above short-term high, above another short-term high, I can safely move my stop down below this short-term low now. Technically, I want to keep this below this short-term low, but I know this is going to run for this liquidity void, and we should get our first target. We should see some big green candles to take out that first target there. I think I moved this up here, but so breakaway gap here on the 1 minute time frame. So this here, I think, since we have price trading up and down through this range, breakaway gap coupled with a bullish order block, right? We might return back down to there, but for the time being, there's a volume imbalance down here as well, right? So we should see some big green candles to quickly maybe stab above there and give us our targets. Okay, so just a little bit more here. We see us continue to make all-time highs, or to see our movement higher, price move higher. We should be able to take first profit. There's first profit there. Now I can move my stop loss to this breakout gap just below this breakaway gap. Okay. And if I see a few PD rays broken to the downside, I will choke my stop up. Right now it's around here. I'm okay with choking my stop up to roughly around here. Because I wanted to take the rest of that liquidity void out. Like just wait for, we're waiting for it to spike through. We want to see price move, paint up and down, kind of like the artist, right? We want to see price paint all the way up through this, and then we want to look for corresponding paint downwards through it, because we can treat this as an area with zero price action, right? We treat this as an area with no price action, and so there you go. So we've got a nice $88, $89 trade based off of, I walked you through that whole thing there, right? Let me put the markers there so you can see. You can see where I had taken an initial trade, stopped out, not stopped out, forcibly stopped out because I wasn't sure which way it was going to go. Re-entry once we broke above and held on a lower time frame, right? It's a little bit easier to see on this time frame here. So actually 15 seconds should be sufficient for this. So here you can see I started to take speculative longs here because of how price was trading above. I was anticipating it trading above this balanced price range here. And we did see that displacement up here. We saw a return back here. I re-entered before it got up here. And we saw that this was generated. We came back down into this fair value gap, continued higher, breakaway gap on the 1 minute, and then hit our terminus, right? So, yeah, there's your trade. There's the New York, another example of the New York open kill zone. Beautiful trade, Void. Thank you. So, yeah, that was on one of the newer performance accounts. So, you know, risked what? I think my risk was about 3 to 1, 3R to maybe 2R, 3R, something like that. 2R probably, closer to 2R. So awesome. So now I don't know if price is going to reverse here. I don't know if it's going to hold, if it's going to head higher. You can kind of see how this is where we ended the day. We have news coming up at 8:30 in the morning, so I would imagine it will balance this liquidity void out first. Oh, I guess we have to update this now, huh? So we hit that. I don't know what direction it's going to be in. So I don't have another draw. That was the easiest draw for me to see. But I do see these hourly bearish order blocks on this one. It's really a tiny 4-hour chart there, but there's no imbalances here, right? Nothing. So it looks like it's going to, we want to see how candles close above this. If they close above this, right? So lots of paint in between here. Phoenix all out at 573. Great job. Did you follow me on that trade? Good job, man. But yeah, lots of good stuff here. And this is a nice example of a propulsion block here. So if you're studying ICT trading, actually this isn't a propulsion. Oh yeah, bodies. Yeah, from the bodies perspective, it is. So really nice example of a propulsion block there. Breakaway gap. Price traded higher on the 1 minute. Reached terminus quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes. 3 or 4 minutes from there to reach terminus. And yeah, so hopefully that tape reading was helpful on the lower time frames there. Clarity, got a good profit on that trade. Great job, man. That's killer. Yeah, I think if a lot of people are here trading on, trading with the higher time frame in mind, I think it's totally fine. You guys can make some pretty wicked profits here. Because what was that? That was like bought at 553, got out at 574, so that's about 20 handles or so. So if it were regular contract, E-mini contracts, that'd be about $890 bucks, right? Let me get my other side started here. Ooh, I need to plug in this laptop, don't I? Give me a second here, folks. Yeah, I'll get to the questions in a moment. Just have to plug this thing in real quick. Okay, plug this over here in as well. Plug the phone in here. Awesome. So let's switch over to another performance account now, and maybe we'll trade with the other new one. Again, these are all going to be copied over to this sim account so that I'm not a licensed trader with the CFTC. None of my advice is trading advice. Enter at your own, there's always danger with trading. Enter at your own risk. If you follow me, you can and will lose money. I have to make those disclosures, but I will always help read the tape like this. So I'm going to get rid of some of this here since I don't need to refer to it yet anymore. Okay, so we see that, remember I told you it's kind of like we want to see paintbrush paint up and down on this, right? So on the 5-minute candle, it painted halfway through. We haven't gotten candle closes through this. I'm looking for candle closes on the 5-minute chart, okay? Lions fit. Hello, my trading view void. High is at 579, okay. I know prices high-low changes from state to state. Yes, trading view is a little bit different. So we see how we painted up through here, right? Now keep in mind, we reached a bearish order block on the hourly chart. So, I mean, we have about an hour before news. So we're seeing that price is painting up, down, up, down. So at Lionsfit, don't worry about it. Everyone's going to have different data. You don't have to worry about, just trade the data that you see on your chart because that's going to be what your broker is using. Get logged in my other computer. Is a propulsion block the same as order block, John? No. So, Diep Chow, you probably need to go through, I think it's lesson, gosh, it's like month 3 or 4 on the 2016 mentorship on ICT's channel. So if you haven't gone through that theory, I would highly recommend you go through that theory month by month, go in order. In fact, ICT released how do you study? This is something that I think most of you might benefit from. So I think we want to go to Inner Circle Trader. So I think he created a video on this one. So for those that want to know how to study ICT, watch this video here. Join the ICT private mentorship for free and go through that systematically. When you reach the 2016, 2017 content, that's when you'll understand what a propulsion block is. I do not use those. I treat them similar to bullish order blocks themselves, but I thought that was a good example to point out to people that you can use yourself. You can see it clearly on the 15-minute chart too. And on the 5-minute chart, you can see that as well. So notice how bullish order blocks had been on the way up. Bullish order blocks had been respected there, right? We were using the concept of this being a bullish breaker, heading up towards a draw on liquidity being this liquidity void. So we've painted up through it right now and potentially are painting on the downside at this time. Now, I can't tell right now. I can't tell if this is going to reach for all-time highs. Let's take a look at E-mini S&P and see how that is faring. Check to make sure I've got this here. Let's see. Okay, cool. Yeah, Dipshow, the answer to what a propulsion block is should be in, I think it's like month 3 or 4. It's pretty early on in that series of the 2016-2017 mentorship. Okay. Below us, sell side liquidity. Let's mark this and send this over because that's what we will be looking for next on the 4-hour chart. Have we seen displacement yet? Well, let's take a look. I think we have to look on the daily for this at least. So remember, people were thinking that this daily chart, that this was a low, high, lower, low. Displacement lower, or actually a high, low, higher, high, and then displacement lower. So they were going short here and getting stopped out. So that shows you the power of higher time frame levels. If there's a level that hasn't been achieved yet, generally we will run for it. The problem is now we've hit all of these higher levels. What happens next? We don't know. We see that we've rejected from this tie here, right? My thoughts is that we can have a quarterly shift either back to the downside or consolidation for a little bit and then higher. I need to wait and see how FOMC at the end of the month occur, like what that does, because FOMC is going to help determine the direction. Get logged into my other computer side. Okay. Mitigation block is indeed month floor. Yes, Noel is a student of ICT. Awesome. So notice how it's kind of just painting back and forth here, right? So painting its way up painting its way down. On the 5-minute chart, we haven't gotten a true candle close above it yet. So I would be careful trying to long here. It's uncertain which direction it wants to go into. At the moment, at least, it is. I have a lot of studying to do this weekend. I'm behind on looking at some of the new price action models. Price action model 5 was really nice. I took a brief glimpse yesterday, and a lot of concepts in there is how I trade as well. So really nice to see that my model has shifted and is part of some of what Michael has created. Not all of it. So his models are very, very specific, very particular rules, and they will be hard. I think the hardest part people are going to have once they get the first mistake that people are going to make is they're going to go straight to the private mentorship models and trading plans without having gone through all of Inner Circle Traders like material, right? So I think I guess I'll leave this on for the time being. So I think that's going to be a problem because you won't know why he's doing certain things. And you're going to have people think that they have the model, but it's just trying to skip ahead. It's kind of like skipping ahead to the later chapters in the book and then missing all the context in the first earlier chapters that set up the story. So in order to fully appreciate the story, you need to be able to understand the earlier chapters. So that is something that I would recommend you don't look at the private mentorship trading plans until you've invested a lot of time with all the other mentorships that he mentions to go through. So again, you can kind of see here, price is just painting up and up, down, up and down, up and down. 5-minute chart, I mean, it's close to have giving us a full candle close above here. It hasn't yet, so keep that in mind. The 15-minute has not yet either. So, and here we've failed to make higher highs at these key levels, right? So these are key long-term highs. Remember that. That's a key long-term high. If I can find this, that's a key monthly high and weekly short-term high, right? So we'll keep those here for monitoring like what these are here, what these levels are here, but just keep that in mind. Let's see. Lions Fit, I'd like to see optimal trade entry from the 615 swing low. I have to go to TradingView to see what you guys mean with 615. Let's take a look. So you're looking at NASDAQ here. You're looking at 15. So 615 short-term low, you're referring to this one. I'd like to see an optimal trade entry swing low to high for an entry if the algo wants to shake off longs. I would be careful with that long. My draw on liquidity was only this liquidity void, and we haven't painted down to the downside yet. So I think that's, if that's what you see, then yes, I can see that. I understand why you're saying that too. I will let your price play out as you would. And wish you good luck on the long side as well. So we broke out of this area here. That's interesting to me so far. On the 15-minute chart. What is this? This was a previous short-term high here. Okay. I'm going to remove that for the time being. We've already referenced it and broken through it, so I'm going to remove that. This thing here too. And I want to remove, this is a nice inversion, fair value gap. to keep an eye on today. All right, so we're approaching that high there. What's E-mini S&P doing? S&P is also on the rise. In fact, remember that level we marked on S&P 500? It's aiming for that. Now, watch this rejection block as well. This has a potential to reject here. So if you're long on E-mini S&P, I would watch out for actually this rejection block there. And then this, of course, can be an all-time high, or sorry, the short-term high there. Okay. So E-mini S&P is rising. The Dow also rising, aiming for these areas of liquidity up here. Everything is rising now. So let's take a look at dollar index. Is dollar index lowering? Well, it went up a little bit, but it has been dropping for the past 15 minutes. So that would coincide with a rise upwards. Boyd, are you trading New York session or working today? I have to work. I won't be able to trade New York session with you. I will be here through the 8:30 a.m. news, though. So I'll be able to help guide through that 8:30 a.m. news. But I will be... my first meetings I'll have to leave for my first meetings the same old, 9 a.m. time. I will physically be here, though. So I'll try to annotate as best I can while still being around. Hey, how you doing, Karen? Good to see you. Good morning, good morning. Lions Fit meant take a fib from 615 swing low to high and use the optimal trading for entry. Yep, I got you. All right, so we are at that previous weekly short-term high. So it's this one over here. You're back at this weekly short-term high after taking out this internal range weekly high. So if we are bullish, there is potential for us to head all the way down to 17,228 to take this as a fully balanced inversion fair value gap now. So I will be watching how price reacts when we get down to this level here. Obviously, this is the low as well, so we can trade through it. I would not like to see it trade more than 50% the way through on the weekly. So we're digging into this bearish order block now. Move this out of the way. Getting closer to where we ended the day. Real-time hour chart, right? E-mini S&P continues to rise. I think E-mini S&P will rise 3 more points at least. All right. So on the minute chart, we see us, there's a little bullish order block there. Let me see if there's anything else here. All right, so we have a range here. We bumped through this and headed higher. I am not taking a long here, even though this structure continues, primarily because, one, we're at this previous high. There's a bearish order block here. We've been respecting bearish order blocks on the way down. We did trade down into this consolidation zone, though, so I'm taking that into consideration, that this was a market maker sell model, and that we can potentially be in the first stages of a potential new market maker buy model here. I am cognizant of that. here. Lael, it's been a long time. Why has it been a long time? Are you not coming to my stream, Lael? Oh no! Why aren't you coming anymore, Lael? We missed you. Anonimo, void the one of XAUUSD live trading FTMO fund. Oh, that's cool. Void, were you trading live on FTMO or something? Yeah, good to have you back though. Glad to have you back. All right, so we're noting this reaction at the previous weekly short-term high, and bearish order block. So note the low here was 17,639.25. This is high of 17,590.25, so it's on the way there. 590.25. Actually, the low here is 590.25. The high here is 590.25. That's not a coincidence there. It's not a big enough displacement lower for me to think, oh, we're heading lower. But if we head lower, I mean, if we do end up heading lower, well, you have quite a structure here. Quite a structure all the way down into this area of consolidation as your potential market maker sell model. I would love none other than for market to take a shit right now. But for the time being, we haven't seen higher time frames tell us that we are potentially going to take a breather from this heater of a movement higher that we've been having these past few weeks. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? Pulling general alert in UAT. I thought I made a rule for this. Okay. Great, my rules aren't working anymore. That's weird. All right. That's weird. I have to manually run my rules. That's weird. Okay. No big deal. Been like 2 weeks since I joined one of your streams. Well, thanks for joining though. I appreciate you being here, Lael. Glad to have you here. Delphine, do you consider the 2 green candles as an order block or only one? Typically, both candles are considered as an order block. ICT will oftentimes use this lower one, the green candle before a major displacement lower, but he will almost always combine the two there. But I just am noting that one candle's low happens to be the exact high where we traded to. It's not immediately it's not immediately selling off, so there's something keeping it there. Might be easier to see on a lower time frame. I don't have a 2-hour time frame on this, but 4-hour time frame, you don't see very much there. You can kind of see how there's this one here, and then it traded up the mean threshold of that, and then traded down. Yeah, you'll see a lot more of these combined order blocks on the lower time frames generally, But when you see it on a higher time frame chart, you have to consider both, but know that it can trade up to the mean threshold. And what is the mean threshold of this, right? Let's find the midpoint. So right now, the mean threshold of that, right where we traded to, basically. I mean, I'm sure if I fix this to be more exact, we would actually get true numbers there. But yeah, you can see how the mean threshold was almost exactly at that point. It happens to be that there's a leg down. There's that wick there that has a low at that place too. So you're trading up into the mean threshold. You're respecting that mean threshold, and now this is what I'm going to be looking for next: is do we have displacements at 8:30 in the morning? Do we see displacement lower, or do we just see us trade down into this fair value gap on the 15-minute chart? Oops. So let me get rid of these executions as well. Let's just clutter. Let's see. No, I think it's the wrong one. And Anonimo, I only attend Johnny's live streams, and Dave teaches Forex when he teaches live. Cool. Yeah, anytime, Delphine. All right, so what questions do people have? Anybody have questions while we wait for this 8:30 a.m. news? So far, we have only had one pass through on the higher time frame, but we've had multiple body candles in and out on that liquidity void. So we certainly could use that as a propulsion, a jumping off point to head higher. Again, I can't tell. If I start to see, it's really difficult because we bounced off of this balanced price range here. That's the goofiest part. All right, so let's see what we have here. The heck? Oh, these are new rules. Okay. I need to create more rules. All right, I need to check something on this laptop real quick. Price is still hanging out around this area, slowly creeping up. If we see, so we're seeing some consolidation here, so look for displacement higher or displacement lower here. Big candle, yeah. Current dealing range. So there's, I would say there are two dealing ranges to keep your eyes out for. First dealing range is this high to this low, right? This high to this low. Now, if you break through that, there's this high to this low. If you break through that, there's this high to this low. But all of this is within this structure here. So I have this greater dealing range, which we are in from an internal range liquidity perspective, we are within. So we traded down to below the 79%, below the 79% mark there. And now we're trading higher once more. So that's what I see, IFTA trader. What about you? Which are you looking at? January 23 to January 24's dealing range as well? Or are you taking a shorter one, taking a longer term one? What's missing? Some lo-fi music for the vibes. I've thought about that. There's this thing where once you get to YouTube, being a YouTube creator, There's this thing where you can like share non-royalty music. But I haven't done that yet because they basically you pay the artists a cut and they get a cut of your stream. So I haven't done that yet. But I'm worried. I don't want an entire live stream to be shut down or removed just because there's some ambient noise or some, copyrighted thing, right? Watch price action right now, by the way. See if you see a displacement lower before here or just a bounce off of this liquidity void. This is a balanced price range, but we're in a premium right now. So no, there's definitely some music. Like for instance, if you end up playing a Disney song, for example, YouTube will take your whole stream down. And I don't want that. I'd rather have the content on there. I could care less about music, but I want to make sure I can see and come back and refer to these charts and refer back to the plays that I've taken, refer back to the price action as it stood that particular day. I don't want a whole day's worth of streaming to get taken down because I accidentally had like Frozen from the theme song from Frozen playing or something. So below 79%, is it bullish? That I don't know. I don't remember there being a lesson where ICT mentioned below 70% being bullish or bearish. As long as it hasn't breached the 100% mark and the higher time frame is still bullish from a bias, that is a good nice little displacement there. We need to see if it displaces below this low though next. So if it doesn't, then it's just moving down to a bullish order block down there, right? So yeah, I just don't want to get the streams messed up. I don't want to lose a whole wonderful day's worth of work, right? So maybe someday I'll figure out how to do the music. I know Hydra plays music in the background and stuff like that. So, but yeah, sometimes I can't concentrate too. So if I could, I would be playing house music. I love house music. One of my favorites is, gosh, there's so many good ones. Ben Bomer is probably one of the ones I listen to. It's pretty chill, but upbeat as well. We are in the OTE of the 15-minute range. Let's take a look. We are, indeed. And couple that with the fact that we have a bearish order block here. We have potential mitigation block here as well, right? So if we don't see us trade for these highs, then I'm guessing ultimately we need to wait for 8:30 a.m. to see where it's going to run us, where price is going to run us. Now, if we don't see any further, if we just see a slight run down into maybe this BCE down here, then I'm not concerned about us heading lower. Now, if we break through that and continue lower, well, there's a high likelihood you're going to be running for new week opening gap in that case, right? This does look kind of nice here as a low, high, low, higher, high into a key level, and then displacement. This seems and feels like these candles are a little bit larger, right? So potentially maybe it returns up into here, maybe it immediately rebalances off of this liquidity void here. But for now, on the lower time frames, we see that price is painted. Even on the 5-minute time frame, we see that price is now painted up and is close to painting down through it. So what we want to do is take a look. Okay, now that liquidity void is a balanced price range, right? So do we see us immediately rebalance if we trade to it? Do we see us immediately rebalance off of that and head lower? Let's see. Karen, Frozen, ha, yeah. Void, can I recommend a song for you? Yeah, absolutely. Omer Balik. Chicago downtown. Let's take a look. I'm not going to play it on this computer. It's muted, actually. Downtown. Let me see. Let's see if I can... Uh-oh. Sorry, I gotta take care of this thing real quick. Had to read that. Okay, cool. We're good. We are good. Okay. So ES has traded down to a buy-side imbalance as well. Thanks for that suggestion, by the way, Void. I'm going to listen to that and probably add it to the list. I'll see if I've listened to it before already or not, but 15-minute buy-side imbalance here. 15-minute buy-side imbalance coupled with a bullish order block here. With E-mini having this relative equal high up here. And the Dow, this should be 15-minute. So Dow actually almost reached up into this area. So we have bullish order block, buy-side imbalance on the Dow. Bullish order block, buy-side imbalance that E-mini S&P is looking into. This, I don't think that this is a... I think that's a green candle. Let me see. Yeah, that's a green candle. There's a volume imbalance down here. So, keeping our eyes out for this 15-minute chart to see if E-mini S&P bounces here. Bounces off of that. And heads higher. Delphine loves it. Nice. Thanks for that suggestion, Void. News anticipation heading higher. Yeah. So we reacted off of that key level there. So we came back down into this swing range. And this brings us pretty much into the 50% mark. This swing low to this swing high. We're right near equilibrium here from this movement lower. So do we see fair value gaps on the way down? Yes, we do, right? We see a fair value gap here. We see fair value gap here. I like this one as one that's further down and coupled with a bullish order block there. I like this one a little bit better. But we've already traded to this bullish order block as well, so I'm keeping that in mind. So we have this one here. So we'll see if this turns into a bearish breaker. If we do see a bearish breaker, we will see price respect. Let me see if I can. We should see price respect this breaker here and see price head lower if we are to respect that breaker. I don't know if we will, but that's what I would expect to see. All right, so so far traded back up to that down close candle, wick lower, and did not trade up to that breaker just yet. 1 minute buy side imbalance still in the sights here. Watching the 15-second chart as well, seeing if we get a reach back up into there. 8:01, so we're really close to news embargo. Easy. What you just did is one of the few things I do absolutely find important on these charts, premium or discount, but I would have taken the lowest low to the highest high. Yeah. I do consider the lowest low to the highest high as well, but that range, depending on where you go, within that range, there are smaller ranges there that you can get smaller OTE fib ranges, right? This happens to be a swing low here on the 15-minute chart, so that's salient for me. But yes, generally these are in a greater premium of this whole price run here. Now, if we are going to get a run higher, then this structure here serves us in a way that, hey, this is a balanced price range. We traded out of it. Likely we won't return back to this breakaway gap on the hourly chart. I'm hoping, if we're still bullish, I'm hoping. But you can kind of see how this is not being respected as much yet. So this lower time frame bearish breaker, it doesn't do anything right now when it's in comparison to the three different indices. Remember, all three indices are traded down to a BISI and are currently trading higher. Now, can 8:30 a.m. news completely drop this? Absolutely. Absolutely. So we need to see, does this respect this bearish breaker and then displace lower? If it does, you'll see that signature here. This is a pretty well balanced range of accumulation here, though. You can kind of see Asia's range if you scrunch it up. This whole area, pretty well traded through. So, I like sell side liquidity. I would prefer us target that, but I need to see evidence of it first, right? So this breaker is kind of negated for now. We're probably gonna end up pushing higher for the short term. And look at that response from the buy side imbalance there, though, right? 1 minute chart, bullish order block, high probability, buy, high probability long. Even though we're in this weird premium area, right? But we're back in the liquidity void. So price likes to stay around here and pick up more orders. So we will have to see if it aims for relative equal highs here first, continues upwards, and aims for our buy side liquidities here. Let me mark these short-term. I'm not going to mark the time. I'm just going to say short-term high. Buy side liquidity. And then this one we have is 17,651 again. We've seen this level multiple times this week, right? 17,651. And then this one is a high of 17,794, right? I'm not saying it's going to get up here. I'm just keeping these here on my mind because I don't know which direction it's gonna go yet. When we hit these higher time frame levels, price can squeeze early shorts out really hard, and because the weekly charts and monthly charts haven't given me a nice movement lower yet, below short-term lows, I am still going to maintain that we are still bullish for the time being. Time being the key verbiage there. So we have the new week opening gap, created a short-term low there. Hasn't closed yet, but on the 4-hour chart, we do see it's a higher low. So overall, we traded down to a bullish order block and filled in this 4-hour buy-side imbalance and are now trading back upwards. So S&P also trading higher. We are going to target these longs likely, or these short-term highs up here. 17,651 would be my next target then. And of course, if we can make it up there, 17,752, but it's Friday. I don't think we're gonna make it all the way up to 17,752, but I've been wrong before, but those are areas that I'm looking at next potentially. And I'm trading this off of the concept that E-mini S&P has not reached its all-time highs yet and still has room to reach higher, even though we're at all-time highs on NASDAQ and on the Dow, right? $17,752 on your 15-minute is where my eyes are going to. The eyes I borrow from our mentor. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if we head up there. I mean, this is a really strong level. 17,652 or 651. I like this, and I like this rejection block where we closed the day too. On the real-time hour chart, I like that level. It's just tough for me to see it going much higher than that. I guess if we do end up breaking above there, we could see a retrace and then head higher to finish off this jagged, very jagged market maker buy model. I suppose that could happen, but I don't know, man. Said the same thing I was thinking. Hell yeah, C-Easy. Wednesday next week will be crazy. Yes, Wednesday next week is going to determine, in my opinion, the next quarterly movement direction. All right, so here you could probably find a 10-point scalp up to 17,590 here if you entered. I'm not going to enter it because it's a little bit late, but I have taken scalps like this before. Good chance that it's going to go run for those highs. It's not part of my model, so I'm not taking it. Okay. Just checking my calendar on this side. Should be good. Okay, cool. So we're looking to notice how we traded to this low here, right? That is indicative during this session as a generally continuation type manner. London, low. We used Asia and London to head lower, hit a key level. We had taken out yesterday's low and are currently at this original consolidation. We're moving away from it now. I think that we will end up continuing higher based on what S&P 500 does. Yeah. So I'm looking at S&P 500 closely today. So let's see. Let's see, even if the hour is going lower, 15-minute could pick up a premium price, or we're watching then. Still head lower for a LR. What's an LR? See easy, if you can let us know what that acronym stands for. I'm not familiar with it myself, so. All right, looks like we bounced, traded to the top of that liquidity void once more, and kind of bounced off of it. Who else is anyone else trading in the early morning with us? Or is everybody waiting for the news? Oh, low resistance liquidity run. I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. This area is really juicy. If you start to see movement down in this area, my goodness, this is where you want to be on that sell side end of the this market maker sell model. That's going to be a really nice and juicy low resistance liquidity run here. And it's going to be fast too. When it hits that, it's going to go down there fast, I think. Thanks for that acronym, CZ. I totally forgot. I hadn't used that in quite some time. Let's see. Hey, Johnny, on weekend study, reclaimed breakers. You'd be surprised with your recordings once you cross-check with those. Oh, yeah. Reclaimed order blocks, I need to... I haven't looked at those deeply. And I know that that's a tool that I did not quite pay as much attention to in the beginning, but yeah, definitely will look back into those. I don't remember where he had reclaimed breakers, though. I know he had reclaimed order blocks, but I don't remember where ICT talks about reclaimed breakers. Boyd's waiting for the news and getting the mind ready. Yeah, good. 17 minutes till news. Yes, reclaimed breakers, yes. I know ICT's got a tool called the Reaper, and it's basically the concept of that includes a reclaimed breaker. I haven't looked into that. It's not part of my repertoire. It's not part of my tools. Will I make it part of my tools someday? Yeah, but not right now. Okay. All right. Let's see. I wonder if Michael is streaming today. Let me see if he put anything on Inner Circle Trader. Did he say anything today? One day ago. Nope. Nothing today from Michael. So Friday, he's not trading, or at least Friday is not exactly ideal for trading. But as you can see, we're heading towards this buy side liquidity here. What can we potentially run out? So either we run out this short-term high, or we come back down and take out this short-term low. I will admit I'll be surprised if it heads towards this short-term low this Friday. Not too surprised, but I will be a little bit surprised. So we're in the middle of this range right now. Very difficult to tell which direction it's going to move. 8:30 a.m. we'll see us expand or contract. We might come down, maybe take out this low, perhaps come down into this buy side imbalance that we pointed out earlier, right? Remember, we've got this lower buy side imbalance that is within this overall range high. We do have a fair value gap down here as well, and this breaker. So, and there's a short-term low combined with this fair value gap here too, on the 15-minute at least. On the hourly chart, there's not really much there. There is this buy-side imbalance, which we did not trade down to. We have a little tiny gap there, very small BISI in this area, but all of those are in a premium, right? Hey, Bentahar, good morning, good morning. Are you expecting a bullish run today? I am expecting not necessarily a bullish run because it's at the end of a week, but I expect some price movement higher, particularly on E-mini S&P. I expect to take these relative equal highs out. And the Dow, I don't really know what's on the Dow. I mean, Dow's got these relative equal highs as well. NASDAQ, I think, could move if and only if E-mini S&P moves and the Dow moves. So it's going to be crucial to watch those two today because both of those on the hourly have unfinished buy-side imbalance below them. Well, actually, E-mini S&P does. The Dow has created some as well that we haven't traded down to. So if we see price move lower at the 8:30 a.m. news embargo, I would expect us to take out potentially this. This I'm not going to refer to anymore. It's going to take that out for sure. But, you know, I think it's going to head towards this, potentially this area here. Maybe it heads to take out this. It's too... I like this run. I like this gap here because if we take this swing low... Actually, let me take the bodies. Get my fib levels to body high. I like this because it's just right around equilibrium here for me on the 1-minute chart. Let me go try this on a 15-minute chart, though. I like the bodies on the 15-minute a little bit better. This swing low, this swing high. From this low to high, obviously all of this is still in a premium, and we are looking at these fair value gaps down here in discount, right? So if we're expecting prices to go higher, we potentially could see it run below here. But the problem is if we see it reject lower, we have now rejected off of an hourly bearish order block. And if it price heads lower, there's a small chance that it runs for liquidity down here, because this has been sitting resting external range liquidity for quite some time, right? And the fact that we're respecting these bearish breakers. Let me get this sell side liquidity here too, 17409.25, because I am watching that. Mark that over here. So we have in our bearish case, if we maintain this as a bearish week, which is probable. Right now, it's not. I mean, look at E-mini S&P's weekly candle, right? It's a pretty big candle up there. So we would have to go through quite a lot if we are going to sell off and take away all of that sell side liquidity. Now, is there sell side liquidity on E-mini S&P? Absolutely. You can see all of that resting here, right? But we came down to a buy side imbalance. We came down to a discount PD array. And right now we've been kind of like consolidating until 8:30. So if we take this out, we might take this out. If we take that out, we might head towards this high there, right? So we're still waiting for S&P to hit its highs. So I'm keeping that in mind on the higher time frames, that we are still bullish overall, but I'm aware that this could potentially also be of an issue. So 17,651 is the next potential that I'm looking for. But we're in the middle of a range. I'm not taking a trade right this moment. If we break out of this and we see a displacement higher, I might consider this to be, you know, low, high, lower, low, and then displacement higher here. But we need to wait and see. We can't really tell right now. Okay. Let's zoom in here a little bit. Reaper's killer, that's outside my scope. It's trend continuation and too complex for me to have a high win rate for me. Steering clear of that one. Yeah, it's one that I want to study at some point, but conceptually it makes sense, but actually executing on it, different story. Haven't had time to back test it. Okay, cool. All right. Bentahar sell entries. What do you mean? Let's see, what's in the news? Homeowners furious about property taxes doubling. I would be furious about that too. My property taxes are going up 30%. It's not fun. Anyone own a home or a condo or anything? Property taxes are not fun, indeed. All right, so consolidation here as we prepare for 8:30 a.m. We have 7 minutes until the bell, or until the news occurs. Dollar is going lower. The dollar's looking for, maybe it's aiming for short-term lows there at 103.121. Let me see what it looks like on the hourly chart. Ugh. Man, this is dollar on the hourly chart. Looks kind of gross here, right? Seek and destroy, seek and destroy, seek and destroy, and then some more seek and destroy. So dollar is not in a range and an area that is very conducive towards finding correlation with our charts here. So I'm not referring to it nearly as much. I'm aware of it, but I'm not referring to it as much. Just trading price as we see it here. 1 hour looks like second stage distribution. So you're saying like sell off here, accumulation, distribution, and then potentially further distribution to the downside, you think, to head towards this sell side liquidity? Maybe, yeah. I need to see what kind of fair value gaps form at 8:30. That's what I'm going to be watching out for. Currently, my Actually, I'm gonna remove these for now. I don't know. It's so tough. I you know what? I'm gonna remove these for now. I don't have a I need to see what happens at 8:30 for me to get a sense of what's gonna happen. If it breaks below and we start to see really big displacement lower, um, if we see movement higher first then we see displacement lower, that's what would key me off to think that we're going to target below new week opening gap and potentially short sell side liquidity for today. If we continue to see like if we see us rip down to take out sell side liquidity first, maybe take out this this little BISI there, then I would venture to say maybe we are going to head higher, and yes, it will head higher as well. So I'm watching and waiting right now, not taking any trades. 4 minutes, basically 4 minutes till we get started, get rolling. Let's mark out a couple of things here though as we prepare for 8:30. So sell side liquidity here. We have, here's our other sell side liquidity, the breaker, of course. I'm looking at this on the 15-minute time frame, by the way. Should probably do this on this chart here. These are potential areas for us to take out on the way down. I'm still considering this to be a bullish breaker. But if we see continued movement down, I mean, look at those rejections there, right? So movement down first. I'm actually super bullish today. I'm looking at opening hour spike up non-stop with minimal pullback. I'm also not in position for it yet. Well, I want to see a pullback on this 8:30 a.m. news. I want to see us retrace back. Let's see us retrace first, rather. Okay, so we took out sell side liquidity there. We're heading to this area of liquidity. This area is balanced, so if price at PCE takes us lower, I will look for this 15-minute sell side liquidity to be taken first before we head higher. Now, keep in mind there are 3 15-minute order blocks, or sorry, buy side imbalances up here. So there's 3 discount buy side imbalances here within this range, right? This over here so we can actually see the numbers a little bit. Okay, so 2 minutes till, roughly 2 minutes exactly with 10 seconds. So looks like we traded down, took out sell side. I don't know how you can be super bullish, but that's awesome. Okay, about 40 seconds remaining here. $28 seconds. Let price do its damage at 8:30 first. Look for what liquidity it takes out. 15 seconds. My higher time frame is still bullish, but watch to see what liquidity gets taken out here first. Okay. So sell side is being taken a little bit, and then we see some movement higher. Okay. Oops, we got in late on that one. Tried to get in on the spike lower, but market order took us out. All right, so it does look like it's taken out buy side first. And no, it took out buy side first. No, sell side first and then buy side. And now it is kind of reaching. Let's see if it heads lower first here. That was one heck of a nice little spike up there. All right, so we're seeing some movement lower here, down to a buy side imbalance. And that I would consider this to be a bit of displacement there, but let's see how these candles roll. Okay. Need to see a little bit more movement on this candle, and then I would consider taking this short. But let's see. Okay, so let's see how we fare. Let's see if we end up aiming for that sell side liquidity now or not. Okay, so now we've traded back up to that bearish order block. Should be able to shift my stop loss to break even. If it's gonna hold, it's gonna hold. If it's not, it's not. It's gonna get stopped out. Want to see one more draw down below before I shift my stop loss. Otherwise, it's at risk. Okay, added one more contract there. And we want to target, where is this? I want to target the short sell side liquidity down here. And I want to sell 2 and buy 2 when we get down to here. Okay, so we should see this continue a little bit further here, down into that short-term low. And if not, then, well, so be it. So I think we're going to aim for that first short-term low down here first. So I'm taking 2 off when I get down there. If we get down there, of course. But it seems to be relatively resilient here. We're heading down towards Asia's range. I should be able to move my stop loss to here now. See what's going on here on a 5-second chart. All right. The price is holding for the time being. We'll see if we start to get some movement higher here, potentially. That was a bullish order block that we came down to. We might get stopped out here. Let's see. That was a nice discount array. I thought we were going to head a little bit lower, but so be it. Okay, so with that, we've displaced higher. And we came down to a 5-minute fair value gap with a 5-minute buy side imbalance there. So I'm wanting to see how we trade here. If we continue to take buy side here, then my next entry would need to be long. So it looks like it just took out some shorts there. Let's see if it's worthwhile. What did we take out here? So we came down to this bullish order block here, and we've survived. That bullish order block has survived. But we're seeing a lot of selling going on still. So I think what we'll do is we'll re-enter. Yes, volume imbalances are left for sure. So it looks like we just got stopped out a little too early. We'll re-enter when price heads back up into one of those SIBIs that we saw form. Actually, we could probably enter if we see price head back to here. Volume imbalance. Probably enter here. Institutional order flow entry deal potentially there. I don't think we're going to get our entry. Let's see. Yeah, volume imbalance is left kind of like, I see a volume imbalance on the lower time frame. On the 1 minute, you see this volume imbalance up here too. Prices traded down to the Asia high and a 15-minute bullish down close candle on Asia's high. And so now we see price supporting this area here so far. But we also see that we traded to a bearish order block here, and we've now displaced lower. So I do think that we're going to end up heading lower, and we're probably going to end up heading towards targeting this low here. So I'm going to wait for I'm going to wait to see how it reacts here, and then see if we can find evidence that it's going to head lower, or if it's going to come up to give a little bit better of an entry. So we shouldn't have kept our stops so close. We were okay to keep our stop above a previous bearish order block, but choking it up too close and failing to keep it above this mitigation block was kind of unfortunate. Okay, so we need to see if this will be considered as a movement higher here. I see displacement. Let's see if we get some longs here now. I'm seeing a little bit of displacement here. And I want to see if we get a couple of orders here. To take that Asia high as a bouncing off point, basically. or if we just are gonna, completely shit the bed. I mean, we came down to a 5-minute bullish order block combination. So if it's going to mitigate here, it's going to mitigate. Otherwise, it's going to continue taking out these highs up there. Okay, so we can now move our stop on the 15-minute time frame. We can probably be safe monitoring this wick there. Okay, so we are at the liquidity void once more. And we should be able to next take one off around here. And then we'll let the other contract run. Move our sell stop to roughly where that mark is. And we can we can move our stop up to the low of that liquidity void now. And we can let so that was a nice little rebalance, heading back to this balanced price range, taking out earlier liquidity there. And there's a lot of liquidity waiting above here. So I think if it's going to spike up quickly above that. Otherwise, it's going to retrace down into this area. So oh, nice. Bentahar. Hey, Forex Ragnar. So we did trade up to this volume imbalance and then some. Watch this up here, 15,790. If I see price begin to stop there, I might choke up my stop itself and close the position out. But I do see it taking this high out there because there's just shorts that had to get in here, right? So there's obvious liquidity waiting here. Question is does it breach this relative equal high? And does it support that? So if not, well, let's see. Down close candle. Move my stop just below that down close candle there on a 15-second chart. Because if it's going to turn around, it's going to turn around now. Okay, cool. So good. Back to break even and on that particular account. So we can go ahead and switch out $14. We'll take it. We'll switch over to a different account now and take a look at what's transpired so far here. So let me go back and see some of the chat here. What did I miss? Spiked into Tuesday's high. Should give a ghost. Tuesday's high, an all-time high. Bentahar, happy you're making progress. This is what trading is all about moving forward. Yeah, absolutely. It's easy, nice. Price action is ERG. Yeah, I mean, overall bias bullish. 5-minute, a nice fair value gap down there. Bullish order block combination there. Took out a PD array, and it's likely going to end up heading higher. E-mini S&P is rising towards their relative equal highs as well. Same thing. So remember what I mentioned. Every single one of these has a buy side imbalance. We were aiming for a price to trade down to it and then some. E-mini S&P has not done that. So we are likely going to head higher for some time, at least until midday, and then there's going to be some form of end of week sell off maybe. So far, still green for the day, so okay with that. Remember, this sim account is copied from every single one of the performance accounts that I have. So I am taking performance accounts and copying those trades to the sim accounts. So you're able to see all of that. Okay, so that type of price action in New York does not mean that will continue as New York opens. In fact, we're seeing that we saw this relative equal high be respected there for the most part. 15-minute chart, it just spiked in both directions and stayed in this range. So for the open, could you go over the reason for your long trade? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So we knew that we were looking for a higher time frame. We were still bullish, right? That I've been very vocal about. We also knew that we were seeing this formation form with a bullish breaker at a key level new week opening gap. So we could see that this is easy to see displacement, right? On this chart here, on the 1 minute chart, we were looking for price to head below this little imbalance here. I think that was was it a 5 minute imbalance? Yeah. So we were looking to see if price would head to this 5 minute imbalance. We knew that there was one down here on the 5 minute chart. I didn't mark it, but we knew that that was there, right? Let me get rid of this line. That's kind of, I guess it'll be easier if I just move this down here for you to see. I did not mark that, but I had that in my sights on the 5 minute chart. So once I saw that happen on the 5 minute chart, I got stopped out a couple of times, right? So once I saw that form on the 5 minute chart, I went down to a lower time frame chart. I looked for a break in market structure. I saw a down close candle. I entered on that down close candle and then proceeded to aim for buy side liquidity here, buy side liquidity here, right? So on a micro structure there, that's what I was seeing. I saw the displacement higher after having taken out a discount PD array with regards to this range that we were in, right? So that's why I look at these ranges here. Oops. This would be more accurate to go from this range to this range here. And we could also see that that was exactly within optimal trade entry, right? Within this dealing range. So now we're probably going to head towards this rejection block here on the hourly chart. I would look for a return back to fair value gap here. There's a people short here that are going to want to mitigate when we get out of there. Let me take a look at the lower time frames to see if we find anything. Returned back to a bullish order block there, so we should see price continue higher for the time being. Bullish order blocks still are respected on lower time frames so far. And once we take this short-term high out, if we take a look at E-mini S&P, remember I was mentioning it was aiming for these highs, right? E-mini S&P has succeeded in achieving those highs. What's left? Well, we have this rejection block on the hourly. We'll aim for next. And S&P will do so. So for instance, here I can see that we're on a little bit of a tear there. I can enter on that block and I can aim for, oh gosh, what is this one? Let me check a couple of things here. I will be aiming for, gosh, I should take one off at this short-term high. So this is the first level that you want to aim for next. And then the second one is going to be back at this rejection block up here. And buy another one if we get down into that bullish order block. It doesn't look like we're going to get down there, but maybe we will. Let's see. Okay. So another one, we get up there. All right. So I'm reading microstructure right now. I'm looking at micro timeframes and microstructure. Yes, ES just took the prior day's high. So I'll counsel you to look at this area here. So if ES is running for this, chances are NASDAQ will continue running until it hits that some point up there. So ES is likely to take this buy side liquidity on the hourly chart. It's there on the 4-hour chart as well if you need to see that, right? So we're trading NASDAQ with E-mini S&P, basically. We know that E-mini S&P is likely to reach up into that area of liquidity. It doesn't have to go straight there, but we have a hunch that it will go there, given where price action is happening. Now, we could see a retrace here. I'll buy one more at this bullish order block if I can. If it'll grace me with that. See if it'll let me get that target down there. So ES, now if ES turns around here and begins to reject, then I'll close out of the trade, right? For now, I'm still fine. And I'm not going to get my entry. It's going to go off without me probably. So we should see a little bit of a retracement here now. So if I see E-mini S&P heading down back to its previous high that it just broke out of. And for this trade, we actually need to lower our stop loss. We gave ourselves way too much risk here. Actually, I'm going to remove that there. Way too much risk. Our stop loss technically needs to be now down below here. Technically, we could probably keep it above that, but I might need to just close out of this one first. We'll see. But yes, if ES holds, then there's no question about it. We'll continue higher. As long as it holds there, we should be able to continue higher. It can retrace down into this area though. This buy side imbalance right there. That's where I can see it retracing to. And I'll move my stop loss to roughly there as well. So what we will do is we will place a buy order down here. So we entered, obviously, that's a very example of a very poor entry, right? Actually, we want to buy here. So it came back down to a 15-second bullish order block there. And we'll see if it gives another entry or not. If we see it rise now, then it would be quite surprising. Let me move this a little bit lower here because I think we can hop down, pick up a few more orders. There's bullish order block there. Heading down to this buy side imbalance here. Okay. So we're at a buy side imbalance, right? So we can enter here. We came back down into that buy side imbalance briefly. Let's see if we get a little bit deeper into that imbalance, maybe halfway through that imbalance. Just took out a little short-term low there. I kind of want to, come on, give me this one entry. Okay, so there's one more buy side imbalance below us, so we can head one more volume imbalance that I see down here actually. So that's the last one that I would consider. Good morning. Congratulations on 100 days. Question for you. When you get a chance, would you know why so many people prefer NASDAQ versus Dow? I thought because Dow moved more, it could offer more trades. Yeah, I think it's personal preference, honestly. People like the Dow, people like NASDAQ. I think both people like NASDAQ and Dow over E-mini S&P in general, but yeah, I think that it just the way it runs. Maybe it's a household name. ICT doesn't run with the Dow very frequently either, so it could just be a variety of things. But lots of people like Dow though. Yeah, Dow moved. When Dow moves, like Dow moves really nicely, right? All right, so it doesn't look like we're gonna get this. You know what? Let's just see their full pull it, or let's see. We're gonna full pull it or bust out for this particular trade. As we anticipate price heading up to this rejection block up here. And if price stops us out, then it stops us out. E-mini S&P is holding above its little range right now. Traded down into a buy side imbalance and is holding above its previous short-term high that it just broke out of. So next you look on the hourly charts to one trade in 3 minutes, 110 points on the Dow. My goodness. Is Dow moving like crazy? Yeah. So remember Dow, we were looking to see it take out this relative equal high, this relative equal high. So this is the next buy side, and this is the next buy side liquidity here, right? So it's aiming for this next. It's already taken this out. So it's aiming for this next and then this next, of course. Well, we'll see what happens here. Not guaranteed, but it has taken out buy side liquidity just now, so it's not guaranteed, right? Okay. What is NASDAQ doing? NASDAQ is retracing, has this mitigation block up there too. It's a 15-minute setting. 15-minute is closing up above. That's good. By another, if it gets down to all right, so we're seeing price start to head lower from that buy side liquidity on E-mini and on the Dow. Did close above it though. So I'm gonna take a long as well. Let this retrace a little bit further. And we might get stopped out here if it trades deeper into the 5-minute 5-minute micro NASDAQ buy side imbalance. I wanted to see that stay open if at all possible, but I don't know if we will get that. This is the next one that I will take one more contract at. And if it fails there, well, that is it. Because that would mean it's failing a bullish order block there as well. So likely we're going to get stopped out and take a little bit of a loss there. Yep, it does look like it's spooling lower, so chances are they'll head lower, take out that that buy side imbalance there. So where's the next discount? Once this gets stopped out, where's the next discount thing that we're looking for? Like probably around here, right? If we're considering it to head higher, right? So our issue is that we were trying to trade in a premium, and we're going to get stopped out because of that, right? So we should see price end up heading down deeper into there, especially with E-mini heading lower and the Dow heading lower as well. $9:02. I'll have to head to my morning meeting soon. Yes, there is a 5-minute buy side imbalance there, and that's why I kept my stop loss where it was. But it's not guaranteed that it will not completely drop out and take out these lower buy side imbalances too, right? That was quite a bit of a sell off there. So be careful if you're going long. I wouldn't just be careful. Look for a discount or PD arrays to enter. Mine has a high probability of it being stopped out. There you go. So we just got stopped out there. We'll wait for a premium PD or discount PD array to re-enter. On the 1 minute, there's just a lot of risk to enter at these PD arrays here. 5-minute, we're well within. ES is rejecting off of that short-term relative equal high take there. On the 5-minute, ES is trading through a volume imbalance as well. So I need to see evidence of us heading back higher. Otherwise, we might head down into those 5-minute BISIs on ES and likewise on the Dow. So both the Dow and E-mini have 5-minute lower 5-minute buy side imbalances. And we are approaching NASDAQs as well. Let ES and Dow head down to theirs as well. ES is down at its buy side imbalance right now. 15-minute candle on NASDAQ is actually quite a bit bearish for now. So here is where I'm starting to look to see if price chooses to react higher, or is it going to continue to spool lower? On the 5-minute chart, NASDAQ just completed its run. We wait till market open. Don't forget to drink water. Yeah, absolutely. So now we've achieved a lower time frame buy side imbalance. Do we react here? Well, let's see. We haven't created a lower low just yet. So for the time being, it might be okay if we see a true reaction here. And I want to see displacement, like big displacement. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a doable entry. Okay. Some buy side there. Still not guaranteed that it's going to head higher, but on the lower frames, we saw a little bit of a spike there. Head back down to a bullish order block, and is it trading up from there is the key question. That was a little bit of a sell-off there. As you can see, we've traded to that 1 hour bearish order block, and we continued trading lower overall. So we will maintain keeping an eye out for sell side liquidity if we see it. That's what's going to be drawn to first, then new week opening gap. I don't see displacement higher yet. Only on the really, really, really small time frames, but I don't see a displacement higher on the short-term time frames. I see one more fair value gap below us. If we can get down there, I'd prefer that. What's this? Got to run. All right, thanks for coming on, C-Easy. So we want to see if it can dig a little bit further down into here and give us a little bit more there, because if we start to trade well below this short-term low here, and we candle close, like, you know, this is a pretty deep candle, right? Where is your displacement line? Would you draw it? Right now we're in this range. I don't see very much displacement yet, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, we see that we traded into this area, but we are also noting that we have not made a higher high. We've in fact continued to take sell side each and every time. So there's a good chance we continue taking sell side today, honestly. That's why I don't have another draw on liquidity right now. But I am seeing that we've traded up and then traded down through this one for the time being. We're in the consequent encroachment of a 15-minute SIBI / volume imbalance. I don't see it on the 15-minute chart, but I do see a previous. Oh, you see it? You're saying this previous SIBI here. Yes. All right. So now I'm seeing some displacement. I can potentially take a long here, if it'll give it to me. It could just drop out as well. All right. So looking at the 1-minute chart, I'm seeing this type of movement as displacement. So that makes me want to take positions if we can find them around this point in time. if it'll give it to us. I mean, I'm gonna see if it will. We want it to return back to that fair value gap, if at all possible. And our stop loss will be below that short-term low that got created there. So our stop loss has to be below this short-term low. And if we see it break through a couple more PD arrays, we're going to go ahead and close out. All right, so not seeing immediate movement higher. We will pie in the sky. I have to get going, unfortunately, so I can't stay with you here. But pie in the sky, we'll keep that there. And we'll set to limit at the high there, and then we'll get stopped out. Okay, I have to get going, though. Thank you all for joining in today. I will be available in the chat, but I have to head off to my morning meetings. So, you know, if this fails here, then, you know, we're going to head south. We're going to target the sell side liquidity for the on Friday. You know, on a Friday where we've been riding up pretty much all week, we're likely going to target some sell side liquidity there. So 1, 2 PD arrays broken. And if we get one more broken here, I'm going to close out of this long. Yeah, long side is no good. I'll reverse short here. Stop loss can stay below this high. Short can aim for 2 contracts can be bought at this side, and then 2 contracts. I'm going to keep this down here, aiming for this low, and then I'll remove another contract as we get further down here. Okay, so that's what I think. It doesn't feel like the longs are going to be staying long very, very long today. But again, I have to go. So unfortunately, I got to get going. So thank you all, everyone. Take care. Stay hydrated today. I'll be on the chat. So don't go away anytime soon, but we will be around. So take care. I will be around. Thanks for hopping in today, and we'll talk soon, okay? Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the likes and subscribes, and we'll beginning of this Friday, we'll have Sunday review. 9:00 p.m. on Sunday. If you miss today's action, we'll come back on Sunday. So take care. I gotta hop over to my meetings. Thanks so much. Talk soon. Hey, good morning, y'all. There we go. Nice. I'm sure I'll be on soon. Check, check. Check, check, check. Let's see if we have anybody here still even. Who's still here in the room? We got anybody here? Oops. Let's go to the... So it looks like we did end up getting a run up into one final release to head down to take out sell side liquidity here, and it's still creeping down. So let me see if there's still anyone watching even who cares. Let me search myself. See if I can find me in the stream. Looks like there are 3 people watching here. Okay. Okay, cool. So I don't know who's still here, but we saw quite a bit here today. Just do a quick trade recap. See if I can remove all of these so we can see just the chart, keep it clean. So this is the price action from today. As you can kind of see. Oh, hey, what's up, Assad? Thanks for being around. So hopefully I can make this quick so you can go enjoy your weekend. So I promised on the 100th episode, I wanted to make sure we talked about the journey so far. It's been a really tough one, very aggravating at times, very difficult at times. And yeah, so we've kind of had to switch over to trading in the morning, and that's where a lot of the setups end up being found now. I am able to maintain anywhere from dozens of dollars to hundreds of dollars each day trade when I trade from the New York Open kill zone to roughly this time frame here to here before work starts. And that's really the only time that I'm able to trade now, because I've tried to observe the charts throughout the day. It's just impossible with a 9-to-5 job. I gotta admit, like, I don't know how people with 9-to-5 jobs do this, but so update for everyone here. I haven't been able to take a payout yet. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 performance accounts. So I've been able to pass Apex evaluations, but because I dialed down risk to 2% of that 2,500, any given day, if I only make $20, $40 at a time, it takes a lot longer to get to payout, right? So right now on the accounts, there is one account that is in, let's see, what is this? One account that is about 397. Another account has $88. Another account has $346. And then another account is in drawdown by $20. And then fifth account is in drawdown by about $1,000. So that's where we're at right now. I've blown a lot of accounts. At some point I had 20 performance accounts, but having accounts doesn't mean that you can trade consistently. And that's what, like, a few months back, I realized that I was just blowing through accounts like crazy because I thought I was the shit. I thought I had it all down, right? So it really forced me to go back and look deep inside and see, hey, what's going on? What is the model that I'm looking for? Am I over leveraging? Am I gambling? So a lot of those things in the last 1 to 2 months, I've really taken to introspect and kind of studied to see what has happened, right? So now I have a better sense of what I'm looking for. You can kind of see during the day, during the morning, you can kind of see what I've been looking for. Returns to discount buy-side imbalances, buy-side liquidity being targeted, return to major key breakers, for example, looking for evidence. Remember, I marked out this 2022 model. I was chatting that earlier. beautiful 2022 model after taking a buy side imbalance, sell side liquidity here, and you could take that up to buy side liquidity. I couldn't trade this. This is a silver bullet trade. I couldn't take that trade, right? So take on buy stops here, and you see continuation further down. You see a displacement beyond here. You see a high, low, higher, high breaker, return to breaker, and then your entry lower to target this area of liquidity. And of course, the rest of the day, there was some liquidity to be targeted down here as well. And then, of course, reversing all the way back down to these two levels. If you were here in the evening, those are the two levels that I was pointing out. And of course, once we took buy side, where else can we go? Sell side. So I'm able to see the market a lot cleaner now. It's just a matter of having the time and being in the right time box to be able to take those trades. So the only time that I trade now, even if I'm up at 6 in the morning, I'm looking to see what sets up for 7 to 8 in the morning. And maybe if I'm lucky, I trade 8 to 9. If I see a setup, great. If not, then it's not there. If I get $8, $10 a day, then that's all I get. I don't have another shot to trade really, because I'm in meetings all day. So yeah, I mean, I've definitely had some accounts that are up a lot that I ended up blowing because I tried to trade when I couldn't manage the trade well, and I look back and obviously the stops have hit. I've even gotten into those situations where I feel like I have to make back the trade that I should have, been fine with, and those I've been lucky that those are. I'm seeing less and less and less and feeling less and less that I have to revenge trade and do that. But that discipline comes with time. And I think I'm getting pretty good, evidenced by the previous, couple of weeks, few weeks. I'm getting pretty good at reading the market, reading the tape. You can see that evidence in all the previous days that you're here with me, right? But as a trader, it is so tough. And I love seeing people that are profitable. It's tough because, if I'm spending some time studying in the evening, sometimes I can't spend too much time because otherwise then I can't wake up to trade. So yeah, right now we are fortunate. We do have 5 performance accounts, and they're still 4 out of the 5 are in pretty good condition, and then the one is in drawdown. I'm gonna spend some time getting that one back out of drawdown. I might try to get a couple more performance accounts too. But yeah, right now I'm just focusing on anywhere from $20 to $120 a day, if possible, if the setups are there, right? So yeah, I think that's really it. I've been let's see, a couple highlights from the previous months, right? ICT joined one of our streams. That was pretty cool if you were here. So that was a lot of fun getting a chance to trade with the mentor. He actually was helping give some hints in the chat at the time. So that was really cool. I have really, I've been fortunate to really find my footing looking at the lower time frames. I like the 15-second. I really like the 15-second at these key junctures where I see buy side liquidity being taken, rated, sell side liquidity being rated. That's my model though. I get to see, everything here. I get to see that. Let me close this here so you can see the whole chart a little bit better. I get to see what happens at these key junctures a lot easier. When I see it take out a key level, I can look for evidence of a potential trade in the opposite direction, right? So that's what I really have found to be working in my model, just so that I don't have to continue. I still look at all the time frames, but that 15-second one is what I look for when we hit key highs or break above buy side liquidity. That's what gives me the evidence for me to head lower or reverse. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So hopefully we can maintain consistency moving forward. I hope that we can maintain consistent growth, limit drawdown, and not trade during stupid times when I shouldn't be trading. And yeah, that's going to be the goal for the coming month. And yeah, every or so, every 50 or 100 trading days or so, I'll probably do a quick little update, and then we'll go from there. So I hope everyone here, if you are able to trade the whole day, congratulations, that's awesome. Or able to trade during the more big move sessions. Kudos to you. I can't wait to see your progress and your success. I'm rooting for you, and I hope you're rooting for me too. But at the end of the day, it's it's a self-control type thing where I'll have to really focus down, really focus on the good trades, really focus on trades that fit my model, and only trades that fit my model. So yeah, we'll continue working, and we'll continue heading in that direction, rising. And that's really all I've got for you today. So hopefully that was insightful, to give you a sense of where I'm at with the performance accounts, where I hope to go, and we'll hopefully continue to grow on the YouTube channel. We'll continue to read and tape read, price, give a sense of where market's going to go. We'll continue to do that, and we'll continue to study price action in the weekends and afternoons, or I guess evenings. So yeah, I guess any questions from the crowd? I don't know. There's a few people that are still here watching. I don't know. It's pretty late here, so I don't want to keep you very long. But any questions from the crowd to for me, for the journey? Any questions about that? Hopefully that was helpful. Hopefully that was insightful. I'm not without difficulties, and yeah, so just a human at the end of the day, trying to make it. Yeah. Today was an interesting day. Nice little Friday here. Let's take a look overall. How did the week end? So the week still ended green on NASDAQ, at least. Assad, it's been a good week. Yes, it's been a great week. Yeah. Lots of green this week. Let's take a look at maybe E-mini S&P as well. E-mini S&P landed down, but the week ended up. And actually, it looks like we created a higher high on E-mini S&P. So far, so good. The Dow created a higher all-time high as well. And so until we get to FOMC next week, we are still going to assume we are bullish. So the Dow had a green week. ES had a green week. Everyone had a green week, apparently. Well, I don't see too many questions in the chat. So yeah, I think there's not much else happening. Price isn't going to move greatly. You're 5 minutes until close. So yeah, I think that is all we're going to talk through today. We will continue to, we'll probably do a quick review on Sunday night, 9 p.m. I want to see what's been going on in the market around that time to prepare for the following morning. Monday, Tuesday, you can trade Monday and Tuesday on FOMC week, but FOMC Wednesday is really what's going to determine what happens next. So yeah, Wednesday next week, it's going to determine what direction we go. So we'll keep an eye out for some high volatility then, and look for a good trade, good trades in the morning. Okay. Yeah, I don't see any other questions. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much for tuning in. Appreciate you having you here. Appreciate you, you know, if you like the stream, then I appreciate that too. It helps the stream out. And as always, you know, if you're subscribed, thank you so much. I'm so grateful to have you and blessed to have you along with this journey. I know it's going to take some time, but it's going to be fun along the way. And yeah, I think that's it. Assad, enjoy your weekend. You too, brother. Enjoy your weekend. Have a good weekend, everybody. We'll talk soon. Stay safe, stay hydrated, And we'll catch up on Sunday if I see you on Sunday. Otherwise, I'll be up bright and early around 6 in the morning on Monday morning. So take care, everybody. Have a good weekend. We'll sign off for now. Peace.